Okay, now it says I'm live. I'm just gonna check that the microphone is off screen. So I know that the background here is blurry, but this is what we did in our last stream, which was more focused on rainy mood. So today we are gonna do something fun. I have very bright saturated blues here. Am I too close to the camera? Maybe I should push it back a little bit. Yikes. Can I zoom out on this? Just gonna check where the capture device is. Here, I'm gonna unlock it. Okay. I hear my music very, very loud, so I'm gonna tone it down a little bit. Okay, it says that the music is a little loud, so I'm gonna adjust that a little bit. How is that? Check that the Apple Pencil is charged. By the way, if you wanna grab this palette, you can. For some reason, these headphones went completely blank for some reason. I'm just gonna try and see once more how that is. What have I said that today's brush is? Is this oily grit stream? So in these live streams we are going through all of the Angry Mikko Oils brushes, and we have gone through all of the the very easy to pick up and learn brushes. Those are all in the beginning. I'm lucky that there is also a super easy brush coming up in the end. I might kind of space it out between the palette knives, which are the most difficult ones, and then just use the fun, easy brush in between. So let's just make sure that we are in oily grit. Maybe for... Okay, let's just go with this. And start with the blues. By the way, I changed something on my iPad, which means that this should work now. That I am grabbing this color with my finger and dropping it on like a color drop. Because previously, when I tried to do that, it would do the new iPad iOS windowed mode thing. But when you go window and display settings, you can still choose the leftmost option and get the old logic back, because it completely ruined the color drop, which is one of the most used features in Procreate, which is just crazy. So I changed it back, and now it works the way that it used to, which is super fun. I was feeling a little bit nervous, but just mixing with this brush always gets me excited. I think if you like very clean paintings, then probably oily grit brush is just maybe never going to be one that is beneficial for you. But I like the messiness of this brush, I like the fact that I can get like full opacity when I want to by just like pressing in a little bit harder or going over the same areas twice. But when I want to, I can create these sort of like very vibrant and deep surfaces. If today we are sticking to what I wanted to do today, my creativity told me that like this would be a pretty intense Greek island situation. So if that is the case, I will be like painting my butt off in this live stream. So sometimes I will be rather quiet. I will check the chat whenever I can, but sometimes, like especially in the design phase, I will be just like eyes on the painting. So please don't feel like you're being ignored. I will get to the comments, like even though it might take a while before I check the screen. I have adjusted my screens now in a way that I can see the text better. Previously I had to kind of like lean over there quite a bit. I'm just getting you guys a little bit closer here. So because I will be like painting in this live stream for extended periods, sometimes it's important that the music is also not too quiet, because otherwise it would be kind of weird if it's just a completely quiet stream. I'm just mixing a gradient and trying to think of like where the horizon line here could be. Doing a little bit of like a horizontal blur, and then adjusting the opacity. I just want there to be like a tiny hint of those brush strokes. Take off these because when I'm hearing myself talk at the same time, it is pretty nerve-wracking. Where's my music? Okay, that got me worried. So now I can hear the music, but I can't hear myself, which is just perfect. Just try to block in some kind of island maybe, or a hill, foreground, house, who knows. The new iPad iOS update was bad. Hope they backtrack a little. Well, now there might be a little bit of hope for that, because the terrible user interface designer left to work for OpenAI. So hopefully the new designers will be just as hateful as he was towards the previous user experience designers when he got the job. Because they openly mocked the previous designers' ideas in one of these like Apple keynotes. Which to me, like, regardless of if you agree or disagree with someone's design choices, it's just not a classy move to do. So I don't think I have a lot of good things to say about iOS. Basically, the entire like user experience design from the last 8 years. I think the new designs have been like overly focused on aesthetics. If you think about the old times when iPhone was a new product, all of the buttons were very clear and easy to identify where they are. Then they started going more and more minimalistic when the old designer left. And now there are so many situations where you have, for example, in music application, you have like buttons that are just like tiny fonts of text in the lower half corner. Like it's might be like more aesthetic and visually pleasing, but it's not more usable in my opinion. Could I get one of these? Maybe like the warmer colors? And then just do like box selections. Tom Garnett is saying, I love using this brush. Yes. if you like this sort of like tactile feeling of painting, for that purpose, I think this is a perfect brush. But I understand that like some people don't like your colors mixing at the same time. And this is a bit like higher character brush as well. So high character brushes, they can be divisive. For understandable reasons. But if you want your brushes to be a kind of like lower character and easier to control, in that case, I recommend the first rows of Angry Mikko Oil's brushes, because then you can still get those sort of like blend as you paint effects from your brushes, but at the same time you will get more control. And also less of that like textured edge with the brush strokes, which can be hard to control. Maybe this is a little bit too low. I don't want to be looking up at absolutely everything, so I'm gonna lift up everything. It's like... that's a slightly better. Not quite halfway, because we never want to put the horizon in the halfway point unless we have a clear reason to do so, or a composition design trick that we can use in that painting to get around the problems that come with your horizon being in the halfway point. how do you keep yourself motivated when going through the ugly phase of painting? That's a really interesting question, especially considering the type of research I've been reading for a potential video recently. The camera looks like it's just about to fall off, so I'm just gonna see if I can rescue you guys from this edge of glory. Okay. Not touching anything. Great. I think when I've been doing this studying for the video, it has kind of like reminded me that I've been painting for a while. So it's important to kind of remind myself that how it used to feel when I started to paint. Because I think there's a real danger of me sometimes presenting painting as something that is easier than it actually is. And I've been very careful on this channel of like trying not to create that kind of illusion. Because I think there are tons of channels already that kind of do that. But I think it's important to acknowledge the difficulty and the scariness that comes with learning art. Because if you're not prepared for it, it can easily just completely derail you. Is this a clipping mask? Yeah, it is. Just not quite sure with the C gradient that it's doing what I want it to do. So basically, what the research is saying on this topic is that there's a difference between brain activity on how experienced artists go through that ugly phase. You know, you have this like moment of despair in every creative process, where you just feel like, oh my god, this idea is meant for a better artist. Like, this is something that I am in some way feeling currently, because like I am looking at this and I'm just like, oh, girl. No. And also I'm on a live stream, so that just makes it even more horrifying. But because I've been doing this for such a long time, I don't mean this live streaming stuff, but I mean the art part, that I've been in this horrifying phase where you just get scared and demotivated, and you get this fear, flight or flight response. The same kind of part of your brain lights up when you're in actual physical danger, and not because you're painting in front of other people online, but because you're painting in general, and then you are faced with this horror of the reality of like what your painting actually looks like versus what kind of hopes and dreams you had for that painting previously. That's a real actual reaction that happens to people, like not just you, but to everybody. And that there's an actual scientific research that studies this, which I found like incredibly fascinating, because as I was reading this, I was immediately reminded that I have made a video, like I didn't know any of this stuff, but I've made a video on this entire emotional journey already. And the point of the research, like what they figured out, is that like once you have done enough art, like not as a like a professional artist, but like if you are just like committed enough to your art practice that you have years and years of doing art behind you, you develop actual mental resilience against this flight or flight reaction, you will still get those like spooky feelings about your art that you kind of like just want to shut down your art application or throw away your paints and just run away from your canvas. But the effects get smaller and smaller. At first, they might be so strong that you actually do like quit. Like, not quit art completely, but the feeling might be so strong that you quit tons and tons of paintings. And now I understand that even that is completely normal, because the feeling is so strong and you're not used to it. And you basically don't have practice enduring that I wanna quit feeling, which is a real thing. And it makes a lot of people just like not pursue art at all. Do you want to paint the light from that direction or just flip all of this completely? I'm looking at my buildings now and they don't make any sense with these lights. I'll figure it out. But as I was reading this, I think it's kind of a hopeful idea also, that if you just keep at it, if you just keep making art, you can build that mental resilience. You can become one of those people that gets scared and then knows that like, okay, we've been here before, I'm gonna get through this. And then you have also your own workflows on how you get to the end result in a painting. You can't just think that like, I will figure it out. I will somehow overcome this challenge and come out on the other end with a finished painting somehow. But when you're feeling that sort of like intense, overwhelming feeling of like quitting because you feel like you're not good enough, or that the painting is presenting problems that feel like so overwhelmingly like impossible to overcome, that you would just rather not attempt to overcome them at all. Just remember that it's not always going to be like that. We now know as a fact that that feeling is relative to how much experience you have as an artist. And it's not about like painting better. I really want people to untangle these two thoughts from each other, that this is not about like just being better at painting so you don't get scared at the kind of like skill gap that you need to overcome when it comes to the concept of like what do you want to paint and what your current skill level is. That is not what this is about, because you will always want to paint beyond your skill level like means. You are always trying to reach for something more. So that skill gap between like what you want to do and what you can do, like that will always be there. It's your reaction that evolves through enough reps. Basically, in a simple way, if I'm trying to put this in a nutshell, you become a braver person. Like, not just in that one instance, but like in general. Like when you start new creative projects, you can just like tackle insane, difficult projects. I think it's a very bad idea that I'm kind of like squiggling in through these corners, but it's kind of feeling my way through this before I have anything concrete to draw on. If there's like something like a bigger bright area here in the beginning so that the painting has a little bit more space to breathe. I also like change the color mode on my paintings so that I'm not using the P3 colors at all, because I'm not painting just for iPad screens. I am painting for all screens. Like, they need to work as a print, they need to work on like someone's Android or PC device. I don't want to paint for Apple's own color gamut. Like, to me, that is like way too limiting as like a target audience for all of my paintings. So I don't paint in P3, like, even though you have more colors in P3, but I would put any amount of money that if we have 100 people and we ask them to identify which colors are sRGB and which colors are P3, your eyeballs can't see the difference. So does it actually matter? Your eyeballs can definitely see the difference if a P3 painting is viewed on a wrong screen that can display them, and then it will just clamp down all of that range, which are dependent on the P3 scale. So that to me is not an option. Maybe I could do some kind of like a fun tile system over there. I have these two versions. Maybe I can add in a desaturated green. And then just duplicate all of this. this information is going over my head. You don't have to think about color spaces when you're painting. Like, honestly, I ran into like a lot of like snobby-ism, like very like snobby attitudes about this when I was doing games, because people would have these insanely expensive like color correction monitors, but I always thought that like I need to have one good monitor and then also one bad monitor, so I can switch that painting between the two, because especially when you're making games, you're not making games for like the highest end screens. So if there are some like very like dark tones where the difference between these two different hues is like extremely visible, and on some cheaper screens like it just gets crushed to black, if that's the difference that your painting is kind of like hanging on, then I would recommend just like maybe reconsidering like the entire like composition to be based on something safer. Can you think of like any art history masterpieces that would absolutely fall apart if you don't see them in some kind of like super high-end color value range? That's not a thing. So yes, you can have the most expensive screen, the most expensive iPad possible, but I don't think those things improve anyone's art. If anything, like maybe starting from a platform where you actually have to learn how to do layer management would be a benefit, in my opinion, to most artists, because it's so common that like people just give no thought to what and how many layers to use and where to place them, and just like think about their entire workflow if they are not pushed against some kind of limitation when it comes to that stuff at any point of the process. I don't know if I have true tone on or off at this current moment. I also recommend like checking if those settings are important to you. I recommend checking them after updates. I haven't checked mine since the previous like liquid class update, because sometimes they switch them on or off based on those. Also, hello, Frank Johnson. I really wish Procreate didn't have a layer limit, Rose Punch is saying. Glad to be able to Glad to be able to layer manage, but sometimes more layers would be helpful. Yes, I understand that. But like, this is not really something that Procreate made as a layer limit. You can add infinite amount of layers on other applications, but then they will just crash. That layer limit is in every single application, even if they don't like babysit on how many layers you can use. They will just run out of memory and crash. So I would rather personally have a stable system that kind of warns me that like going over this will crash the system, rather than have the crash happen and then face whatever consequences there are. Like, can you open that same file on that same device anymore, and so on. And just like adding some like masses here. Personally, I like to do this sort of like outline for the mask that I'm doing when I'm painting foliage, because if you start from in the center with the intention of going outwards, often those masses end up way too small. Same with explosions and pretty much like any effects. It's always like easier to rein something in than grow into a bigger version of an outward growth like that. I think there's a staircase behind here. Now I'm painting on the wrong layer. Trying to sketch where that staircase is actually going. Like, this is where it's attached to. Then what about the right hand side? Maybe it doesn't go all the way over there. So there would be some kind of wall here in shadow. And then a terrace above it that is creating this shadow. And then I could have these green things over there as well. It's kind of like an echo. When I'm using saturated colors, it's just like me trying to say with saturation, like, hey, look over here, now look over here as well, so that your eye is kind of like going back and forth between these color magnets. Thank you for coming home, Garnets. I'm gonna check the chat that I didn't miss anything super important. Okay, talk about the true tone. I think I'm caught up. I was running today with Vivi, and at one point she just stopped. I think she just like felt like, okay, now it's time for a break. Like right in the middle of our run, and she went to have a nap on the snow, and right where we were standing, I watched that like we had stopped next to a bus that was right next to Vivi that had the text, and only this text, that said Vivi bus, like Vivi bus. It's almost like my producer had ordered her own car there for a break. I mean, I've never, like, that's not a line of buses that exists here. She's gotten really good at running, but she's still a herding dog, and sometimes when she's feeling wild, she just gets into this sort of like herding mode that she sounds like a scary wild dog that is like about to absolutely bite my leg off. And this is just her hurting me, like running at me, like looking scary and jumping, almost like she looks like she's about to bite me. And that just means that like I need to stop for a while and wait until this sort of like zoomy, psychopath zoomies go away. And they do. But I can understand that if somebody was seeing that for the first time, they would think that like this dog has like completely lost its mind. Maybe my running on a longer run, like just at some point, starts reminding too much of like a lazy cow, and then all the memories come flooding back from the ancestors, and she's like, oh, I need to hurt this cow right now. Look at that. That's not acceptable. I'm trying to keep the zoomed out view so that I can get progress done. If I go into details, then it's very easy to start fiddling around with some kind of an area that it absolutely does not matter. Especially when using a brush like that is like better for painterly look, then it's I would highly recommend getting used to just like zoomed out views. Because then you can paint the entire painting at once and always focus on pretty much the worst part of the painting at all times. Maybe I should just like paint in all of the geometry and then as a clipping mask add shadows. So just shapes. That way I can get like way more done faster. I'm looking at the thumbnail view of this live stream. There I can see it much smaller scale, so I don't start painting individual houses too early or buildings. Just treating this as like a blocky mass of shapes. Zoomies are funny. Yes, zoomies are funny, but like when you're the target of said zoomies, it can be a little bit scary. I call it Vivi's goblin mode because she also makes this sort of like cave goblin sounds. Now she's sleeping in one of her 7 or 8 dog beds that are here around the house. I also just recently made her a new spot on one of the pillows. How do you know what color to use? Well, I have been preparing for this live stream because I had this idea that I want to do like something like Greek themed. So I went and looked at some of my older palettes because I've been doing this Greek theme a few times now. And then I just thought that like I want to do that sort of like super almost overexposed, like bright daytime, not golden hour like I usually do, but like daytime, like bright light that is hitting surfaces. And then I started editing a new palette based on that, and also some pictures of Greek islands and this type of architecture. But with that, you have to be kind of careful, as all of the photos that have been like edited already, they are actually overexposed and too saturated. So I wanted that like bright saturated contrast between like super saturated blue sky and these like light surfaces that are almost white but not quite, so I can trust this palette that I have made in the live stream and not worry about that overexposed effect, but still getting close enough to that effect. I really like mixing this this sort of like sploochy white areas here. I think it's super addictive. I don't know like which one of these colors I can use for shadows, but I'm just gonna try to figure it out. The shadows need to have a lot of variety too, so I can't just slap in all of the shadows at once. These elements, for example, like they still need to read as white, and now they are too dark. But since the shadows on this clipping mask are on one layer, I can quite easily just edit them. Let's do that now. Gonna select this layer and then apply it as a layer mask, so I can untangle this clipping mask, then use this as a clipping mask, then try to find some kind of like a lighter tone. It probably needs to be a gradient so that these are actually lighter, so that they read as white against the sky. And then they can be a little bit more expressive in color towards the camera. Going to just like grab that with a warp tool to bake in that gradient to where I want it. I also need to decide some kind of a roof color here. Could maybe this be too light? I'm just gonna put in something, because at least when you have like wrong colors in, you can always make them better by editing them. But if you don't have anything, then you really don't have that much to go on. I think far off in the distance, the super light can work as an option. But I think closer I need a little bit more oomph to these colors. Silvinka, about the Vivibus thing, I did take a picture of it and it's on my Instagram stories. I should have probably removed that because I did the live stream announcement after it. I don't know. I know that people don't follow me for my dog content. What's the point of like having a dog if you can't take a million dog pictures? I mean, I spent so much of my life being basically her full-time servant. So in my opinion, it's like the least. And I do mean that literally. It's literally the least that she can do. Do I like this? Maybe I do. I don't know. It's too early. I'm just gonna say it's too early. But this could be a good base for a flower pot color. Maybe some here as well. Since we are under the horizon line, then we are doing arcs this way. We can see inside the flower pot. And right around here we're almost horizontal, and up here we arc them upwards. Sometimes just saying these things like out loud by myself helps me. It's not that I'm trying to explain you all the time when I'm talking these things. When I'm painting by myself, I do talk to myself all the time. Like for example, if I'm having a visual problem that I can't quite like put my finger on, like which part of the checklist method am I not like currently adhering to because like something feels off, then I literally talk it out with myself to find the solution, because that way I'm more in an active process of like finding the solution. And when I just hear myself like say the words and process the idea, if it makes sense or not, then somehow it's easier for me to also catch myself like when I'm trying to like paint and there's no logic behind it, like there's no reason why I'm doing the brush stroke that I'm doing, even though I just concluded something else. Here, I think the shadows are gonna do a lot more heavy lifting, for the composition than the plant itself, so I'm doing the shadow first. And figuring out the plant based on that. Stupid question, but how can you get over drawing from reference? You don't. I'm gonna read the rest of the question as well, but I'm pretty sure that I already answered this. So, Fortech KY is saying, or asking, stupid question, but how can you get over drawing from reference? I'm stuck to needing a reference for colors, structure, light, everything. I sometimes feel like I'm deconstructing an image. You are doing studies. Like, it sounds like all of those things are like you are doing studies. You are putting those things into your visual library. But for example, when you are using colors, like even if you are just screenshotting this and using my exact palette, when you are using the colors, and I do recommend that everybody uses Hue Cube instead of the color wheel, just because you have more space. You can pinch zoom this thing out to get a little bit more space, but it's still not quite the same as this. This is still easier to see where the color is. And if you ask me, like even this is incredibly tiny compared to what kind of color differences in some scenes make a difference. And when you are using a palette, pay attention to where those colors are coming from. Like for example here, like these are very typical painting colors for me because they are happening here in this region, giving me that editing room for more saturation and more light, more shadow. It's much safer to paint in this zone. That's the reason why this color is such an anomaly in all of the palettes that I make, because these sort of super bright saturated colors, I can't really take it anywhere. Like that is the core plan for this entire painting, that one color is that saturated, but I would not be able to paint based on colors that are that saturated all over the place. And also, when you have reference, make sure that like when you are painting with reference, that you're not actually copying the reference. You can just check, for example, the previous live stream that I did, and in the beginning of the live stream, while I'm fiddling around with all of the sound settings before those are controlled, like in that part I am showing my references for that scene, and if you see those references you will like immediately notice that like these are just the category of objects that appear in this image. Like I'm not actually drawing or painting any single one of those items in my painting. But when I need that world building and believability, I am leaning on that reference on objects that I don't yet know how to paint to get that shape language. There's a difference between just painting what you see and repeating it on your canvas and understanding the shape and the inherent logic behind it. I see that there are people in this chat that are members on this channel. And on the channel membership, we have been doing these Sketch Club sessions where there are drawing fundamental exercises. That's where the entire playlist of Sketch Club sessions start. And the whole point of those fundamental art practice sessions is that when you, for example, do box rotations or circle shape rotations, all of the fundamental art practice exercises, when you are deconstructing an image, it's much easier to look at what you see and put it into this like 3D model frame. Like, no matter how simple of a frame it is, if you have done enough of those like drawing fundamental exercises, it really helps you break down even these sort of like complex organic shapes, like plants, for example. But I want you and everybody who is listening to me right now to understand that like there's nothing wrong with using reference. And you shouldn't feel like any kind of guilt about it. To get that sort of like super saturated blue, like I literally looked at photographs of Greek architecture and buildings and until I found that mood, and I thought that like that's the contrast that I want. Like I want to have like that exact blue color, and that's this blue color that I'm using here. I didn't choose it from the Hue Cube. I chose that one swatch over here, this one. This swatch is from a photograph. These other swatches are based on my other palettes, and they are meant for painting. That's just like, now that I use it, I understand where it is. Like it's almost at the corner edge. Because I will want to do these sort of like scenes in the future as well. And that's how I get, when I get back to this sort of a situation with a painting, I will have that now in my memory, especially since I'm answering this question that you so kindly asked in the chat. Because I am kind of processing this and speaking it out loud, it's so much easier for me now to remember where I can get that high saturation blue on the Hue Cube. I'm also looking at the hue range that it's here. Right before actual cyan, like truest blue. I think I need to have like in-between color here, like some kind of I don't know if this could be it. Just the difference between shadow and light here is slightly too harsh. If I have this radiant blue sky with blue ocean next to it, I would have some cool bounce light. I think this could work. Do you think it's a good idea to copy the colors of an image to capture its mood for your composition? I would be very careful with the saturation. You want your colors to be in this range for most of your painting. Once this painting is done, I will take it into color edit, tweak the colors so that I am using up that editing room, like the greens, especially in this sort of like foreground plants, they will like absolutely be blown out in my color edit. And then if somebody like looked at this finished painting on Pinterest or somewhere and tried to color pick it, that's the wrong way to do it. This is the time to do the color picking when the painting is not finished yet, when there is still that editing room, when the colors are usable. But if you paint with colors that are supposedly like pre-edited or like final versions of those colors, then you leave like zero room for like building mood through like gradients or edits, or just tying all the colors together becomes a huge uphill battle, and it's just like slashing all of your tires before you've even left your parking lot. I don't know, I don't drive, I don't have a driver's license. Obviously. It's just a very, very bad idea. By the way, for anybody who is like looking for palettes, you don't have to buy anything. You can, like, for example, use these palettes, or I have compiled a huge collection of palettes that I have carefully edited for every single hour of the day. No, that's another thing. But there is for every single color and every single light color, I have created a palette in my like master color palette collection that you can download for free on Gumroad. So you can just go there and download a massive set of colors that are specifically related to what the light source for those colors is. And then there's also a tutorial attached to those that you can watch and learn how to use color. Did we lose a light? Sorry, I'm just gonna attach it real quick. Okay, sorry. The reason why I feel like so passionate about this, I don't mean to scare you, is that that sort of like act of like color picking colors, okay, it's very common in concept art classes where I'm teaching young concept art students, and it's actively preventing them from learning like very simple things about color, and then they don't have that editing room, so their paintings are impossible to edit when they are done. And that can be very frustrating because like you never get into this like, now I understand how I can like tweak the mood after the painting is done, to kind of like maximize the visual impact of what I already have in my painting, because it's so satisfying and it motivates people to keep going with their art when they can realize the potential that there is. After you have had that sort of like patience with the saturation levels. Another common like misconception that I see about learning art is that people don't like put a lot of thought into doing so-called master copies. So when people are doing master copies in oil painting, it is to specifically learn the glazing method, where you are glazing with warm and cool colors, alternating between the two, like building those layers. And at the same time, you are learning which pigments are actually suitable for glazing, as some of the pigments are opaque and therefore are not suitable for building like glazing layers. So there's just a lot of like technical information that people need to absorb when they are doing old master studies. But at the same time, because old master studies take such a huge amount of time, you have all this time with the painting that you are working on to think about its composition when you are trying to match those values and hues and find the hue contrasts that create that mood that the painting itself has. Maybe I should do some kind of a thins type of thing with this. Because you have all that time to think about what you are actually doing, you can observe like how the old masters built their compositions, how they used values, and how they used light and saturation to guide the direction. Where are the thicker brushstrokes that are guiding the eye through movement along the volume of those brushstrokes? All of these things are much easier to observe when you are spending all that time with a piece of artwork. Maybe I should end that window sooner so I'm not leading into the corner. Even if you're doing a digital master copy, you can still do all of these things. But since the time will probably not be weeks of painting that you are putting into your master copy, it might be just a week or few days even that you are doing that master copy, then you can challenge yourself in ways that kind of force you to think about the composition more. For example, analyze if a painting is based on masses, like for example all of Cézanne's work is, and then take that distribution of masses and then do your own painting. Like literally, like take that one way of like analyzing a composition and then do your own painting with your own subject or with your own colors even, but still use that same distribution of different masses in your painting. Or take the saturation logic and then apply it into your own work. That's also an option. I want to imply that there's this like edge over here that we can only see because there are things hidden behind it. Kind of like that messy look. When you see for example, an illustration or painting that you like, that has a mood, that is something that you would like to paint, like, I think it's a great idea that you take that image and look at the colors, like just like color picking and looking at them in the palette. But when you do so, like, be aware that the construction of the painting might be completely different than what the end result of that is. So be mindful of the saturation, where you end up, and think about your own painting methods of like what kind of workflow would get you there. Like, for example, the shadows in these buildings are probably going to be based on like that clipping mask that is going to blow them out towards white, so I can keep the white impression of the buildings in the far distance. But if someone were to like color pick this and like color pick different colors in the shadows in the distance, like that's a way more difficult way to end up with the same end result. That is just like making a simple process way harder than it needs to be. Any way that you construct a painting, like there's no wrong way to paint, but there can be just way more time-consuming ways to do it. as a concept artist, I put a huge amount of like value in just like finding the cheapest, easiest way to get to the end result. So if I can get to the story and the idea that I got or received in my head, if I can convey that idea to others, then like that's really all that matters, as long as I get there. So for example, me copy pasting part of this cliffsides rock texture might be cheap, but does it matter for the end result of this painting? I don't think it does. It's not important to me, so that's the reason for me to just do it that way. I'm just scumbling this bridge. Like, this is pretty low brain activity painting, but I've been just trying to hustle everything into the scene so quickly, so I need a little bit of dumb painting as well. Please understand. Trying to make sure that I am zooming out enough. Does this read as green? I'm not quite sure. somewhere over here. Way smaller. Maybe. Is that too small? I think it's enough. Like here it would probably be in a larger scale, and I always want to scale from big to small, so that's a good reason to put it the first instance here. I can barely see what I'm doing. I'm so sorry about this. Okay. I'm just gonna see if that leads into anything. I need to have some kind of a base color so I can see what's behind there. Probably green. A super lush balcony. So easy to zoom in. Like sometimes I do it without even thinking about it. Then I need to get more decisive about where this edge actually is. I make this edge meet all the way up there. This side would probably be covered in cool hues of all that foliage kind of spilling over. But then I can make it more interesting with light bits on this side. If I'm thinking about that diagonal line that I just drew, I think these stairs need to end sooner, because then they are leaving space for this platform to stand on. So somewhere around here. Especially when you're doing this kind of painterly style, you still need to think about the logic, but then it's difficult when that illusion is not there yet, and you just kind of have to trust that you will get there. Because it sure can seem very discouraging at times. Doing a lot of squinting here, like just trying to get that sunny vibe. I said to people on Discord that like you might need sunscreen for this live stream. I'm trying to get there. For Tech KY is saying you can create palettes from images in Procreate. Honestly, in Procreate, a palette is 30 swatches. It doesn't take that long. for you to create your own palette, and then you can have this internal logic. Like for example, if you look at here, my light source is always on the top left corner of my palettes. That's always what I do. And then I have sky colors. Those are the colors that I usually design from that. And then, like, for example, these are close to them, but like I thought that like, those could be fitting for something maybe like far off in the distance and to be less saturated. And then I have this logic that like usually when I come down on the rows, I come closer to the camera, and then I have my accent colors or very contrasty colors. But if I just let Procreate auto create a palette for me, there's none of that stuff, and then there's a high likelihood that there's just like no internal logic. Like for example, like when I'm doing these colors for greens, I'm very careful with my hues, making sure that like I am moving towards the warmer color because I have a warm light source here. But Procreate could color pick those colors anywhere, and then that row of green hues wouldn't have any kind of logic in the painting. So it doesn't take that long to create a palette, so I would recommend that you do that instead. If you wanna see a full video featuring a photograph of Vivi, I have also made a whole tutorial video on this channel like years ago on how to create palettes. That's where I go through that entire logic. But the video that has like the link to the free palettes, that's a really good like fundamental color theory video that everybody should watch if your current goal is to learn colors. When I make those videos, I pay a lot of attention to like how to do the motion graphics, so that because I understand that this information is quite confusing for somebody who hasn't like been studying a lot of color theory before. So I think a video is a unique format, because I've been doing a lot of art teaching in classes too, but some things I think that are just like easier to teach in a video if you can visualize how the color transforms, for example, or how to do like omitting colors from your palette when you are using a limited color palette and you want to create, for example, an illusion of different colors with that limited color palette. Those sort of ideas, like I could explain them here, but honestly, like if that's something that you want to learn, then just watch that video. It's free. Also, you will get a huge like set of palettes from that, and then you understand how to use them as well. There's an art assignment also attached to those palettes if you want to do it, which will further help you learn that thing. Those sort of videos I have made like just because like I've seen it in concept art classes, like what a huge difference it makes into someone's like joy of art when they get the fundamental part about creating mood and mixing colors for your painting. I think those have always been like my most rewarding moments as an art teacher, when I see that like when somebody gets it and then they immediately level up their art so much, it's crazy. there are so many layers that have just absolutely no rhyme or reason to be in the order that they are here. So I'm just gonna merge a whole lot of these layers. I'm going for this painterly look anyway, so what does it matter if they are on the same layer? It's just going to make life a little bit easier for myself. I can see the light source on two different faces of the buildings and cliffs. Yes, we're getting there. Have patience. I would just tone this down a little bit, but I'm going to leave it there anyway. If you have seen my recent video, you will know what this is about. This is a shadow to imply a world outside this painting. it's kind of early to use blend modes like darker color because they are so tricky to merge later. But for now, I will just leave it there. Maybe there should be also some kind of a handrail that leads down. Hello, Mikko. Hello. As you can probably tell, that's one of my fears in creating. Understanding colors, or like just it's not a scary process. I guess like learning can always be a little bit scary process when you start. I think the hardest part about all of that is just starting, because on some level you have to admit to yourself that like this is something that is going to be challenging and take quite a while. But when you start, I think learning is just fun. Like even in games, the whole process of like mastering something, I think that's the fun part. Can you paint something from Studio Ghibli? Somebody is saying. No. I'm sorry, but no. If you wanna see something from Studio Ghibli, they have already made it. There's nothing for me to design there. Snake Zeta is asking, new here, a little question. I use Ibis Paint. Do you think that it's possible to create like this? And if I'm able to do the same using your tutorials on Ibis Paint? All of the painting applications are the same. So, yes. I've never used Ibis Paint, but even without trying it, I can already tell, based on my experience, that all the painting applications are the same. That's it. Unless you are using something completely crazy like alchemy, like then the only reason to use those applications is to have like a fun new creative trigger, for example, for character design. But I think it's pretty safe to say that all of the established painting applications, they're the same application. And as any of the, I don't know, long-term subscribers on this channel will know, that a lot of people come here specifically for like Procreate advice, but Procreate is a super easy application to learn. You just pick up brush, choose the brush size and opacity, and then you paint a picture. That's not hard to learn. What is hard to learn is art itself. So this is really an art channel. I just happen to use Procreate a lot. Where are my houses? Here, these are the shadows. it's Fad Draga 22 is saying, sometimes when I start with desaturated colors, I tend to lose the feeling of the composition. Maybe that's just me trying to rush into finding the idea that I am going for. Maybe it could be a good idea to start with thumbnails. To first make it clear to yourself, like, where the value contrast is. You could start with, for example, light gray, mid gray, and then dark gray, and try to shuffle those values around on a tiny thumbnail to get like a snapshot. Think about, for example, if you're like saving your game and that tiny thumbnail next to your save file, that's the size of a painting that I want you to be painting. Like, zoom out so much that it's that tiny, or just make tons of those like small thumbnails on your canvas and then paint all of them. And then when you're working on your illustration, you can always check if you're staying on track by zooming out and squinting, and then just try to see like if it still has that visual impact that your thumbnail had. Using a small scale, your core idea is very easy to identify. I haven't checked the time even once. I'm kind of horrified to see where it is because I still have so much to paint. I don't want to end this live stream yet. I just feel like that feeling of sunlight is finally getting in there, and now it's getting more fun to paint. color picking one of those lighter values in the sky and then just doing a whole ton of like horizontal streaks down here. I'm not sure if this is the sea, but I hope it is. Yes. Not really thinking about it like that carefully, just slapping in something over here. They're quite thick brush strokes, so I'm scaling that down. Kind of like the idea that there's a kind of like an interior path in this scenery that has shallow water and it's completely different in color. But it does set up more demands for this one cliff face that I need to figure out. I think that object separation is slowly creeping in. The entire plant in the foreground is a complete mystery still. I think the bottom half of that entire ravine where it meets the surface is too much of a mystery for my liking, so I'm just gonna try to see what would make sense there. Maybe there are like some waterfalls that are leading into this canyon, and then it's leading into the ocean. There could also be something interesting here to look at, maybe like a big hole in the wall. So that there are more ways for people to get up onto the village. Tired Finnish Dad. It's a funny username. I'm trying to find a color that could be believable as interior color here. I like this song, it just makes me feel like those sort of vacation travel vibes. It's weird how some music is just like perfect for painting, but it's not like I would be vibing out to this in any other situation. Maybe there should also be some kind of a port where you can step onto this platform. I think one easy way to do world building is to think about accessibility. It's just, what if there are people who are moving around on wheelchairs? Like, if you base the entire village on just stairs, having different ways to kind of access different areas can be a way to kind of easily come up with new ways of adding props and developing your world through those sort of details. I think this is a good place for this prop because it's overlapping so many elements at once that is a great way to fool the viewer into thinking that the illustration has way more depth than it actually has in any sort of time-consuming planned way. I also prepared tons of super bright saturated colors for the accent color flowers, which I would never use. Please don't use this for a painting. These are just way too saturated colors. I just thought that once I have this look, I could try some of these fun colors to try as flowers, because I always think that these sort of vacation resorts, they have such cool arrangements that, I don't know, maybe it could be fun. One thing that I've always wanted to do is that sort of super flower heavy pink, magenta, really saturated type of flower that is usually used in as like vertical gardening element. I have to be careful where to put these because they need to be kind of distributed almost everywhere if I am going to make this work. They have a little bit of editing room, but these are pretty close to the saturation maximum. I think this combination somehow seems to be working really well, like that green with this sort of more desaturated blue, almost purple hue. I am painting the entire painting all at once. That's really important, so that I can keep the flow moving and I don't get stuck on like individual details, because that way you very easily end up with that sort of like painful look. And by painful I mean that it looks like the artist had a lot of trouble painting something. And here I am trying to make you feel that ease of painting, because then maybe that vacation mode will be more somehow like more easily delivered through the painting as well. I know that that's a pretty like high concept to aim for, but hey, aim for the stars and you might land on the moon or whatever they say. Tired Finnish dad is saying about his name that it's a name for when you're too tired to figure out anything creative and just stick to reality, I guess. Hey, reality is pretty amazing. Every time that I go out for a run, I'm always amazed by the graphics. There are almost like no repeating textures, and ambient occlusions are working fine, and most of the time collisions in the real world are working as well. Not after a few beers for me, but most of the time. I'm looking at those lines here in the distance and I'm thinking like, could there be like one more like very high altitude bridge? That could be kind of cool. I love bridges, even when they don't make sense in the environment. I think you can always add a few bridges to improve the quality of any piece of art and your life in the process as well. Maybe that could be a good height. And then here there could be like one more building so that there's a reason to get over this bridge. I'm just gonna increase the resolution of the entire canvas. No, I'm not. It's too early, I still have way too much work to do. Song name. Yikes. Marvelous Companion. Rachel Sandy. The composition came along wonderfully. How much of it was planned, like the river below? No, the river is just... In the last few minutes, I thought that that could work. But I think that the general idea of like... I laid down the perspective grid, and when I was like putting that down, I thought that like I want to have like a lot of buildings far off in the distance. So for that reason I also didn't put any vanishing point in the sky, because that brings elements closer and gives that sort of like intimidating look that I wanted to avoid. I already did so much planning with the colors, and that was like the main thing that I wanted to kind of hit with this. So for me it's nice if there are like a lot of like elements that I can design and come up with like during the process. It's really important that this is exciting for me as well. I mean, I love painting with you guys, but the part about art to me is that it needs to be exciting for me. So whoever was saying that, like, do a Studio Ghibli painting, like, there's nothing exciting about that to me. I love Ghibli movies, obviously, but doing a design that has already been done, what's the point? I think I am also going to do like more like video game themed design challenges on the channel, but for those I always want to be designing something new. I don't want to do your favorite movie or a video game character or level, because like those things already exist. As a concept artist, to me, like creating something new is the whole reason why I'm doing this. And if you're looking for fan art, like also that stuff exists out there. Like there is no need that I need to feel with my art when it comes to that stuff. Why isn't this that thing? Oh, it's because it's... okay. Yikes. I'm not happy about my layer structure. Who needs Ghibli Studio when we have Mikko Studio? you should see my producer, who is in like full banana mode in one of her dog beds. By the way, I also like added one dog bed here, like just 2 meters closer, that she could be closer to me, because I always have these ideas that like I don't know, that maybe we could be a little bit closer here when I'm working, but she prefers the nice big fluffy expensive bed. No thank you to the poor bed that is for peasants. I want this silhouette to be a little bit more interesting, so I'm adding these trees. That variety to these shapes. Also, don't tell anybody, but like these trees in the cliff face, these are just so that I don't have to do goddamn cliff texturing for 15 billion years. Because I really don't like that. I'm gonna do one more wash over all of this with a clipping mask in between, just doing a big gradient blob over here and Gaussian blurring it. Because these are distant elements, I want that contrast to be really washed out. That's better. I'm pretty happy with this vibe. Like, there's one element here that I just love. Like this whole like thing that is happening here. Like, I'm not going to touch that. Like, there's no way I could paint that any better. There are plenty of mistakes that I need to fix here, but anybody who is watching this and thinks that, like, is he going to make it more realistic or detailed somehow, then, like, immediately I can tell you no. Like, I'm really happy with the way that that turned out. Why texture a cliff when you can texture a tree? If I had merged, it would probably be don't draw stairs. Professional art advice. I think it would be like fun to have some of like my own merch. Not that people would be interested in buying it, I just think that it would make me probably feel a little bit better about my own job if I had, for example, a coffee cup that had a bear on it, or like a bear shirt for painting that I could wear on these live streams, and it would just feel more like a work uniform that, like, when I put this on, when I have this work cup in here, then I'm in my art mode. Like, I'm very religious about these sort of routines, because I honestly think that they help me be so much more productive. And just the entire, like, identity thing, that having my art mug or art t-shirt, just something that reminds me that I'm an artist every time that I come to this work, into this room to work. I almost saw this happening. I got my hopes up. Vivi approached the workroom dog bed, but now she changed her mind and went somewhere else. She went back into the comfy bed, of course. It is a better bed. how does one find you on Discord? The Discord is only for members of this YouTube channel. I don't think I would have the hours in the day to oversee 2 Discord channels. It would just be impossible. Whenever we are doing like art assignments or these sketch club assignments, that's also where the members can post their artwork. There's also a general art channel there. And there I do all the announcement for the membership live streams. Like this week we did, is it part 3 of the isometric project, where we are doing this isometric illustration. The next one is probably going to be a recorded video of me doing line art for that. Do you have a tutorial on vanishing points? What kind? I have so many that I guess it's FadRaga22. You have to be more specific about what kind of illustration you are doing, because I have so many tutorials on perspective, like on the membership and like free on this channel, that maybe that way I can be more helpful to you. Or since you're a member, just go on Discord and like show the sketch of the illustration idea on any of the art channels, really, and tag me. I will try to be my most helpful self and try to find a link. Sometimes when people are asking for specific art advice, like other members also help, which I think is super cool. I think it's important when you are learning art, like to anybody who is like in any kind of like art program, or if you are studying art in a group, I cannot overstate enough how important it is when you have, like, for example, opportunities for feedback, or some teacher is like teaching art theory on how to resolve a specific visual design problem in some other student's work that is not yours, that you in those moments like do your best to think that like, is this information something that could actually like help me? Even though this is not my painting, I'm not dealing with this issue right now, but those are the moments when you can learn art so much faster. Because in a group, you can do way more mistakes, way more quickly. But by yourself, you can only do, like, even if you painted all day and night, you can only do so many paintings. And then you will have to go through all of those same lessons, one by one. And it's a much slower way to learn art. Of course, it helps like when you are in an art school or any kind of like art program with good teachers that you appreciate, that is important. You actually have to like value the opinion of your teachers for them to be able to be helpful to you in any way. But when you are in those sort of situations, like the ability to learn in a group by having an art challenge and like doing that in a group and just seeing like multiple different ways to approach it, and then like multiple different ways to fail as well, because that's how you learn new things. And when you can see multiple different people struggle with different kinds of like visual design problems at the same time, like if you're smart enough in those situations, you can put yourself into their shoes as if you were doing that painting and try to figure it out with them. Like even if you don't have a teacher, like just maybe like go through whatever composition checklist you have learned thus far and try to find an answer that way. Because you can only solve the visual problems in your own painting, but if you're in a situation where you have access to study with other people, like those are incredibly powerful ways to learn faster. For example, in the concept art classes that I've done in classes, like I can see other students who think that like when there's a feedback session that it's not their piece that is not getting feedback at the moment. I can see them on their phone or like going to the internet to do whatever, or just painting during the entire feedback session. Those students are missing the entire benefit that they could have for being in that class in the first place. Otherwise, they could just see the assignments online and do them at home and not get any feedback at all. I'm trying to find that one light area in that cliffside. I have completely lost it now. Okay, it's this one. Ah, that took way too long. Sorry. I know that cliff texturing is super boring, so I'm not gonna do all of this in this live stream. I just want there to be enough for me to understand what it is that I'm doing in the first place here with that part. Question: if I join, do I get access to the process and tutorial videos? There are tons of tutorials on the membership. I've been doing them for years now. There are also material live stream sessions and those sketch club sessions for art fundamentals. There are also art lectures, which is a format that I will probably never do on the normal YouTube side, because like they are in my concept art classes, and some of them are literally the exact same material that I use in my concept art classes. And sometimes I do downloads that are brushes, like sometimes I do brushes that are experimental, and those are in the downloads, but they are month by month basis. So for every month there is not a new brush. Sometimes there are multiple. Currently there is no download folder at this moment. I am in the process of making one. But when it will be up for 30 days, and then it auto-destructs. This is so that I don't have to manage years and years of content to keep it available all the time. I like this song. It has this sort of like adventurous feeling to it. I spent way too long on these stairs already. Like, this is why you shouldn't do stairs ever. Don't do it. Tired Finnish Dad is saying, someday you won't need a clock to know how much time is left to paint these. You just look at what the producer is at. Yes. Vivi does have like a very strict evening routine. Like at one point of the evening, she will go have her last evening drink. It's very clear that this is her last evening drink. After that, almost like 100% of the time, she goes to her bed and then starts shuffling it. Like it's not properly fluffy, so she needs to fluffify it before going to bed properly. And she does that same thing every single evening. That's also a clear sign to me that, okay. Ray of sunshine has dimmed for the day. I'm really looking forward to the run tomorrow. I have 32 kilometers and I'm going into this indoor track. I don't know if I am allowed to run there because during that same day there will be this like 24-hour indoor track competition happening. But according to the website, you can run on the lower track. It would be super cool to see those people that are going to be running there for an entire day. My boyfriend is sending me text messages about the sound volumes on the live stream, which is very considerate of him. But if at this point, at hour 3, I would conclude that the sound volumes are bad, I would just delete the entire live stream, honestly. when I started the live stream, I saw that I'm getting pretty close to like 210 subscribers. So I would be interested to know if that number has already gone past. I have no idea what this is. Maybe something that I do need to intervene somehow. I think a lighter color layer could bring out those sort of like warm bounce light colors. Let's go to the original palette. The 24-hour run looks so intense. I've seen a video of it before. It would be nice to see it in person. Whenever I read about it, I have to be honest. I sometimes get these crazy ideas that like, would I be able to do it? Like, would I be able to run for 24 hours? But my boyfriend is very quick to point out that these are not for normal people. Like, you are not one of these people, which is 100% true, because it's not even about your training. Like, you literally cannot just like break. You can do so much like actual permanent serious damage if you are not almost 100% certain that your body won't break like ligaments during that kind of endurance event. So it's not something to do on a whim ever. And he is 100% correct about this. I am reading this interesting book about sports science, about endurance sports. And in it, I think one of the most interesting aspects is these differences between men and women. Because in most sports, probably, men get better results just for like physical sports. But when it comes to extremely long ultra running distances, women are like way better than men, and there has been a lot of sports science done about this, and like why are these differences so ridiculous. And there are like actual like muscle structure differences that have been like speculated to be one part, but men are also really bad at staying at their original like planned, like you do your training, you're planning for a specific pace, you know what you're gonna do, for example on a marathon. But then, for example, if men start off like too quickly, like most people do, like regardless of like what gender you are, people start like way too fast. But men are statistically way more likely to think that like, what if I just hang on to this pace? Like, this is not my pace that I have trained for, but I am going so fast and I'm feeling so good. Of course, because like you haven't run like 30 kilometers yet. So we are way more likely to do dumb shit, like completely throwing off our plan that we have spent maybe a year working for, and then just trying to think that like we can grit through the distance, which makes no sense. I just thought that it's funny because like this book has so much like very in-depth sports science, but in this like one area where they had like analyzed all of these like different physical qualities, and then when it came to the actual results, like these sort of like differences matter like way more in the longer distances than any of the like the minor, like how much water is there in your body, and at what point does the muscle fatigue so much that you can't go at normal paces anymore. Anyway, it's a really, really good book. Where are my flowers? Okay. The layer structure is a complete mess. I thought that I'm ending the stream, so I kind of like started painting on all layers, which is gonna take me ages to sort out later. But instead, right now, I feel like doing some windows. So I'm just gonna do a new layer on top of everything, just to make this cleanup process slightly easier for myself later. Tired Finnish Dad is saying, I did a 110-kilometer hiking event in northern Sweden, in the like mountainous area, I suppose. My team had a good plan of 4 nights and gear accordingly. Second day, we got to a checkpoint and heard the first ones had crossed the finish line last night. It wasn't really a competition, but ultra runners are a different breed. Made us feel like slugs. I think depending on the season, that could also be potentially quite dangerous. $110 sounds like an insane hike, especially in that region. But probably beautiful surroundings. song. Rain shower. Johannes. Bornlöf. With an Ö, not an O. O. So it's like an O with a dots. Bornlöf. By the way, the only reason I'm able to say whatever is playing at the moment is because it just happens to be right there. My computer has been having these like weird seizures, like during live streams. If I try to rearrange screens, it goes into a complete black mode, so I've been too scared to touch them anymore during these. Okay, now I need to find that foreground area. The recorder is probably gonna run out of storage space soon, so I need to think about that. I can't just be painting here forever. Somebody's commenting on the 110 kilometer hike of Tired Finnish Dad. Man, by the end you must have been super tired Finnish dad. Yes. I think this would be a fun area to explore. One of those places where you ask for directions and then you get like a 2-minute explanation on like what kind of routes by stairs and different pathways you need to take to end up at the right destination. Should I do some very quick tiles? Maybe it's just a little bit. I've never done any hiking, honestly. I'm not like fully aware like what even is like a definition of a hike. The dumb version of me, which is probably the real version of me, is thinking that a hike is like a really long walk. But I'm sure that using, for example, those like hiking sticks and stuff, that's quite technical. Or if you're on a long hike, then there's camping, which sounds fun, but also probably a lot of logistics to learn in that. I haven't been camping since I was in the army. I think that was the last time that I slept in a tent. Sorry if somebody has like a fear of holes. But trust me, these are not holes, these are seams. It's a completely different thing that you don't have to be afraid of. I think that immediately looks a lot better. There's that one distant part of the coast that I want to add some like light dots to imply that there is like a different village over there, or just like some buildings out there in the distance. I think it's this one. There. That's the second village. Hey Mikko, I've been playing around with Art Studio Pro for iPad. It's like Procreate in some ways and Photoshop in others. Yes, like I always say, all art applications are the same thing. Photoshop is an editing program. Photoshop is not meant for painting. I'm somehow still miraculously recording. Definitions vary, I guess, for hiking. Sometimes when you just repeat shapes around them, you can create this illusion that there's some kind of like three-dimensional structural element there. Like for example here, maybe there's some kind of an edge to this tunnel. Instead of painting the whole thing, you can just hint at those things. Saves a whole lot of time, and at the end of the day you don't want to create like that kind of noisy effect where people are actually trying to figure out like what some three brushstrokes far off in the distance mean. Because they shouldn't mean anything, like they should be just part of the overall illusion of space. I think this kind of a piece, for example, would be lovely to hand over to a 3D artist, because they don't feel like everything has been figured out for them, because they are creative people as well, and they want the entire modeling process to be art. It took me a really long time to understand this. Not just by saying it, but like in practice. It's one thing to design a place, but it's completely another to kind of like take away that kind of creative ownership through over design. how large will your canvas be when the painting is finished? I think the cleanup will probably solve a lot of like these like layer management issues that I have fallen into during the course of this live stream, and then I have only the details left to paint and then the color edit, so I have a pretty clear idea of how many layers I'm going to need at that point. So I will scale the canvas based on that information and then leave myself, let's say, 5 extra layers just in case. But if you're new to layer management, I recommend having even 30 layers, more than you think you need. Because if currently your biggest issue is like getting the idea on the canvas, you really don't want to be battling with something that has nothing to do with that kind of end result. On the layer of priorities, the resolution is not gonna be at all important to how your painting looks. So I would always land on the side of like having more usable layers than prioritizing resolution at all. Okay, we're almost at 4 hours, so I think it's time to declare that this stream is coming to an end. I'm gonna do a really quick horizontal flip. Yep. I think it's okay. It's not bad. I think that one tree could catch some of that sloping effect by being placed in a different place. This one, just to jut out a little bit more from that mass to stop that diagonal movement, to build more of that interesting silhouette. I'm also gonna do this for some reason. Yep. I'm positively surprised that there was no horrifying discoveries. And then somewhere in here I can do these lighten gradients. It's a subtle effect, it just adds a little bit of that light bouncing around look to the piece. And then a very low saturation overlay. Slab of color. Somewhere around here. Also in the foreground. Because why not? Okay, sorry if anybody was expecting this live stream to be a lot quicker. What can I say? I kind of ended up liking this entire thing a lot more than I thought. Oh, my Apple Pencil was almost out of battery as well. So maybe this is the perfect place to end this. I wanna say thank you to everybody who joined this stream. It's always lovely painting with you guys. This felt like a very scary challenge at the midway point when I realized it's like how much stuff there is to paint. But I think I kind of prioritize like the painterly look and the light in a way that I got to the sort of like end result that made sense. If that makes sense. There's definitely a lot of cleanup here for me to do, but I want to keep that sort of like painterly look in it because I think that's nice. The rock faces, they kind of scare me because they are gonna take so long to paint. I'm not looking forward to that, but at least after I get through that part, maybe I can have more fun with like painting more plants and windows to houses because those are super fun. And the foreground flowers definitely are my favorite part in this whole thing, especially the lower left corner flowers. I don't think I could have painted those any better. Like they look confident. And I think that's when you're using oily grit brush in your painting, you have to just, how do I say this? Let the painting kind of like live a little bit of its own life and adjust accordingly. I think this is a great tool to kind of learn to play with the painting as it goes along, and then when you have those interesting brushstrokes, like, wow, that brushstroke went well, then that information can feed into this feedback loop and inform you how to paint other parts. If this is what detail looks like in your painting, what does it mean when it's like far off in the distance? Like, how simplified does it get there to create that sense of space and distance? And if you're building texture, where do you put that texture? And how do you build that? Is it through the grit in the brushstroke, or is it through color choices and value contrasts? All of those things, like you can't plan all of those elements beforehand. So with this brush, when you're working, like just try not to like have this like preconceived idea that this is what the painting needs to look like, because the end result can be so much better if you just learn to live with those sort of like interesting, I'm trying to avoid saying happy little accidents, but that's what I mean. When you have those happy little accidents, just go with it. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Bye!